Hello, monkey. Hello, Phil. Oh, I forgot to start the project. Let's do this real quick. So yeah, we're finally finished with the intro, but there are some loose ends we have to get rid of, I guess. Hello, Gargon. Why are you writing me backwards? How am I doing? I'm a little out of it, I think. I was in VR chat for like until 6 a.m. Now my neck hurts. But I'm fine, I guess. Just a little out of it. How about you? I think my tea is ready. Needs to cool off. Okay, let's look. I think I wrote some things down. All of this. You have to reactivate the game time stuff too. Just because you wanted to? Where's your license? Can I see your license? Oh damn, that will be 10 euros, please. Or I have to report you to the authorities. You can't run away from the monkey. Played some Minecraft. You're still playing it with your self-made plugin, I guess? So this was polishing stuff that is not that important. Make sure game time does not start before landing on islands. Or reset it there at least. Okay, I'm sure this thing only starts when we actually go into it. But one thing we have to do is you have to reactivate the code that is responsible for some things in the world. Like the scheduled ship coming over to the pier, and I think also the sun itself. So the first one is this ship module. That's reactivated. I think nothing here. This should be fine. And then directional lights. It's the sun. Okay, they are active now. Now let's see if the sun starts at the peak. Seems like it. And I see it moving too. Which is a good sign. So the timer works. Now we should make sure that the timer is only activated at a certain place. Now, how do we do that? Do I even have... Where do I control the timer? I don't remember. Oh man. I also need to do the save state. Time controller, there it is. Initialize, but that code. Let's see where we are initializing it. Sleepy monkey. Yeah, like I said, I was in VR chat a little too long. Alright, so these are not needed. We have one initialize here, which is concerning. Another one here. Force lock time. Interesting. So if we force lock time, I remember. This is no problem because this part is only the intro and then the game crashes. And after we crash, we come to this path. And here it's fine. So I think the time stuff is solid. Yes, it was fun. VR chat is always fun. If I make it fun, that is. It really depends on my energy. Sometimes I'm low energy and then I can get people to hype, I guess. But usually I always find someone to talk to. It really depends on the world I go to, I guess. Okay, so that's clear. Why is my board not here? So make sure game time does not start before landing on island. That is correct. Code to stop time in battles with background switch. I'm not sure what's this. Keep in mind, stopping time should not happen in intro fights, or else it will start it after battle. I see. That makes sense. You have to keep this in mind when we rework the battle system. So let's do this. But this is gone. Make one island normal with yeah, not only one. And this is like for some other time. Make console answers be multiple, also not that important. When camera transitions, we have a problem when... yeah, this is a big problem. I'm not sure how. There's the easy way. I could lock the camera. Hey, Bearbish. Hello, hello. Wait, are you the guy from yesterday? I didn't memorize any names. Okay. No, I was in VR chat yesterday, talked to many people. So I was wondering if you were one of those. But hello, welcome. How did you find me then? Are you a developer too? Okay, so the problem right now is when we get into this place. Let me allow that real quick. I was looking for streamers who are making games and streaming. Seems it's since I was going to learn to make my first game too. Ah, I see. Do you know what kind of engine you will use? I can recommend Unreal. Although many people go to Godot, I guess. I knew it. In my case, I'm in Unreal right now. So the problem is right now, when she touches us, the camera transitions to her, and I have the special code that makes this thing happen. And that is sadly a little broken when that happens. So we have to find a way to unbreak it. No, 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 no. I'm not cute, I'm cool. Very important. But thank you. It's actually rule number 1. Monkey is not cute, monkey is cool. Yes. Thank you. This is hard. Now in one hand, we have this part here. I have to find it though. Camera, rotation, zoom, pitch up, this thing. So this thing now resets whatever the transition does. Show toggles. I don't have that many toggles. Not yet, at least. Current zoom, arm length. Okay, what is happening? This is not the problem. Oh, wait. Relative location. This is the problem. Oh dear God. This is abysmal. Oh my God. When I'm reading this, I already don't want to do anything anymore, man. Ugh. Okay, where's the game dev glue? Noticing here. So we do this. But this is not it. Am I in the wrong thing? Ah, I was in the wrong thing. Alright. Let's look at the spaghetti here. Maybe you say. Correct. Rule number 5. Okay, what is then resetting us? Wait, is this... No, we have a starting stuff. Oh god. Can someone help me? I don't want to think. Ugh. Ah. Can I not be lazy for once? Man. Where are my snacks? I think it is time for snacks. So this is the ending. The part where it breaks is here. We have a hard-coded position that the player goes, which is not the problem. The problem is something with the spring arm doing stuff while we also pitch. Gargon, do you consider tea a snack? Do you consider it a snack? Depends. How about soda? Do you consider soda a snack? Does it come with a cookie? No. Even if it comes with a cookie, is the tea the cookie? Are we setting anything here? Oh, it's the zoom curve! No, it's not the zoom curve. It's this thing! It's this thing! Okay, but aren't those two things, the milk tea and the biscuit, two different things? If you have a bag of chips and a bottle of soda, do you consider both of them one thing? Do you say the bottle of soda is part of your snack? Does it become snack when it's paired with the chips? This is very philosophical. Yeah, I think your worldview is wrong. I disagree with you. But you know, Gargon, being wrong is fine. You can be wrong. In your stomach, everything becomes the same mush. But I wouldn't say that if I eat a meal and then eat snacks, that my insides are made out of snacks. So that we now cleared up that tea is not a snack. Where is my snack? We're not talking about percentages here. A snack is not a fuzzy thing. It's a yes or no question. It can't be 50% snack. Do I need to move this along? Where does this come from anyway? Oh my god! It's not even getting set. It's a hard 50. Oh, this is just additional. That's fine then. Initial camera Z position. Do we... Oh dear lord. Oh no. Hold on. Does this mean if we finish the... Oh god, don't tell me if we finish moving that the camera just dies even then? No. No, 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 no. My tea doesn't need snacks. I need snacks. Oh, what kind of tea? I have black tea here. And faceplant. Chai. This is Mira, by the way. The model, no. That's a commission. Everything else you see is by me, but the character, model, and the conception is by an artist. I did the rigging and animation though. So this works though. I don't understand. What is this? Why is there something pink over there? No, that's just the reflection of the crystal. That's fine. Okay, this works. So why does it break when we transition? Should I just make it easy for me and just lock the camera movement? But I can't, because the moment the camera is at the lower part, everything breaks. So I would need to move the camera out of there as well, so that's not a good idea. Be right back. I am back. Some more tea. Thank you. So this is important. Camera pitch. And then we get some kind of value there. It's clamped. Zero to 80. I think the initial camera position just goes bye-bye. So that C is then controlled by this thing. We only set it in the initial. This might be the only problem we have. So I might just need to lerp the initial Z too. And then we should be maybe fine. Look at this. We even set it there too. But where? Huh? Even here? Why do we set this to 0? What is this? Ah. Okay, it might be fine. And yes, this is the problem actually, because we are only setting it here. What we actually need to do is lerp this thing too. Then it might be fine. Okay, let's do this. So we have the mirror thingy. And we need the player. And then we need a lerp. That is still driven by this. And then we can use this as B, and A we need to save now. We need the artifact Z, which is probably 0. Could just go with 0 for now, but it would maybe break if we work around it. Player avatar should be still the artifact, I believe. Can we look at the artifact real quick? Here. Camera. There. So it has a 75 in there. And this one has a 100. But the problem is we are setting it at 0 here. So we hard-coded that 0 in, which means having it here is also what we need. So maybe now the transition should be correct. Let's test. So So right now, if I go this, you can see it works. Because we are like on that thing. That is completely fine. Here comes Mira. Faceplant. Getting her attention. And now let's see if it breaks. Did something change? Well, I feel like it's fine now. It's not ideal, because if we are looking upwards, we will not see anything happening. But that's like the player's choice, right? I might be limiting the camera so the player cannot unfocus Mira. But that's polishing. I think right now it's not broken, which is the best outcome for now. And I believe the little changes can be made when actually we reach to a prototype 1.0 thing. Right now we are pre-production, so everything is fine. As long as we don't have like bigger problems, these little things can stay in. Alright, so one problem is history. I don't want to lock the camera. The only thing would be maybe do camera limits. But this is like something to consider at some other points. What is this? Yeah, whatever. This is maybe a feature for other sequences too, though. What are you guys doing? Am I your little background stream? When camera transitions, we have a problem when the angle is lower, not the case anymore. Turn time back on, we did that. Add initial battle group, not that important currently, but we have to do it still. Make save point after, not that important, we will have to do it though. Artifact slot needs to rotate, this is very important. Does normal save work? What does this mean? Why wouldn't it work? What was I thinking while writing this? I don't know. Air physics. Cloth. Blinking. This is something I want to explore. Alright, so first we will do the artifact slots, indicating where the player wants to move to, and making it so that when Mira does not want to walk, that we still rotate around her. Enjoying the last hours of the day while the little tea monkey... Don't call me tea monkey! I'm not tea! Tea is not my branding! How dare you! It's programming on the second screen. I see. Ugh. Yeah. You can't call me cool, monkey. Yeah. Cool monkey. Not tea monkey, not cute monkey. Cool monkey. Let me type it for you. So there is no mistake there. Type it. Write it. Send it. I'm waiting. Go ahead. Are you struggling? Is it that hard to write, huh? You can copy paste. I'm sure you know how to copy paste. Should I show you how that goes too? Look, look. You take this, like here, you just you hold left click and then do this. Then you do right click. You press on copy. You go here, right click, paste, chat. There we go. Okay, so now we have to do the artifacts. One thing that I think we need to change is that the artifact itself is a little on the lower side. Should I also make a save state that we don't always fall down here? Maybe that's something we should do first. To skip all of this. I think we should do that. Okay, let's do that first. We need a new progression tag. What should we talk it? Mira touched artifact, maybe? That could work, like having it here. And then we don't start here. We actually start on the other one. But how does this trigger all of the other things? Here? Does this trigger it? Void start area, enter simulation after intro. We need a normal start or something like that. So we don't do all of this stuff. How do we determine this? Where does this happen? Is it from splash screen? Yes. So we need a new one. Let's work with this. We need a normal start. Maybe let's call it something else if we need some other normal start. Let's call this normal start beginning or something like that. Something like this. We could also call it chapter 1 start. Starts to storm. It rained here a while ago. Man. Chapter 1 game start. And what do we need for this? UI controller, fade. We probably need this. Let's copy everything and then see what we can omit. So the fade should be fine. Storage. What do we do here? Environment. States. Ah, this is a little too hard-coded there. I think we don't do this. Do this though. World controller. Create player. Player actor. Set. Ah, wait. Create player now needs a new code. That is not only this player artifact. Oh, okay, maybe I need to keep the intro intact for now. Or I can always switch, but we need to see if the rotation stuff works without doing this thing. So, do we say what kind of class goes in there with this? Can I have a default input? That would be nice. Seems like not. Which means now I have to go to all the create player parts to set the thing correctly. Which is not mirror, it's the artifact. Boop. Okay, this one, we should maybe delete this. This is not needed anymore. It's like, whatever. We can kill these two at some point. Okay, so this is for sure the artifact. This one is also artifact, but this one is mirror. And then the rest is whatever. We need to think about this thing at some point, but that's step number 2, so let's not worry about that for now. We don't care about these. Player, avatar artifacts, set to fall, no. No. Credits, no. So we can get rid of all of this. Then we have a spawn point. I don't know what the spawn point was called. Let's look. Point of interest. Spawn player. Camera. Controller and okay. So with this it should already work. Let's see if it's true. So if I start the game, we should end up without a sequence. Okay, so we are doing something else there. Is this why do we need this? Can I just skip this for now? Does it then work? The level is not being loaded. Interesting. I need to look what's going on here. So we can see mirror, but... So this fails. No, it doesn't. It does have it. Oh, it's not connected. That's funny. There it is. Okay, so... Can we walk? Nice. I feel like we need a new code here. that sets the visual entity for the artifact slot. How are we doing it here? So we need this code to be in there. Let's see. Game controller create visualize player. Set artifact slot. Man, this actor is so broken. Okay. Oh, hello! Now you are the one from yesterday, correct? I think I remember that name. Hello, hello. You were so energetic. How are you doing? Oh, I don't remember. I think I was not there. Am I... Wait. Are you the guy with the standard model from VRChat with the low poly? Blind Avi? No, standard Avi. Like the low poly one with the freckles. Then yes, I remember you. How are you doing? Ah, you already wrote that. Nice to hear. Should be afternoon there, right? So we need now the artifact slot. Set it here. Setting the ID, we can already do it from here. Oh, it's not afternoon, it's actually noon. They're going good. A couple of days ago I finished the intro and now I'm polishing the stuff. I can show you. Let me see. Like there are a lot of things that's in my game right now, but we are in a stage where we are trying to have something visual, I guess. So this is like the third part of the intro, where we can see this thing. This is actually the player, or how to say, you get introduced as this thing in a earlier part of the intro, and then you find yourself in this world falling down. Now you can look around, but you will spot this person here running towards you. Seems like she wants to go here actually, but then she falls down. And she looks a little down maybe, I don't know. But we can get her attention by pressing any interaction button or whatever. And she's curious what we are. And then the player is set to her. And at that point there is some other intro part where you can see some dialogue, etc. And then she will try to go out and will go into this temple, etc. But for now the intro is done. And at this point you can control her. The problem right now is, which I'm working on, is when you press on the controls, this little crystal should be pointing at the direction you are going, as in you want to go. Since this crystal is what the player is, it should indicate what kind of input you're pressing. Thank you. I would show you more of the game, but it's in a broken state right now because I'm building the intro. But I can show you a little bit more. Here in the temple, there would be someone here, but we don't care about that right now. We can jump to the other side. We are missing the jumping animation, so don't mind that. But the idea is you can jump into these islands in the sky. And on those islands you can see these swarms flying around. You can walk on these paths. And they land and materialize as these little monsters. Right now the battle stuff doesn't work because we don't have an actual formation with monsters. I turned it off for now. But normally you could touch them and then fight them. And these islands have two sides. We have the light side and the dark side here. And you can go explore, fight these things. You can go into these caves. And the idea is fight those monsters, find the key, and then go to the next island. At least that's the general game loop. But yeah, every day a little more progress. Right now we want to make that little crystal be controlled by the player. Right now if we go in here, we don't see the crystal even. So I need to spawn it. And that's what we are doing right now. We have this function called set artifact slot. And I am creating the player avatar artifact. I'm initializing it, putting it into a variable so we don't forget it. And now we are attaching it to the actual slots. Now we have to find the slots. Your artifact slot, this should be it. And the player avatar should be the artifact. And that should do it. So let's string these together. And then let's see. We are creating the player here. Now we can set artifacts. Wait, did I? No, compile. Set artifact. What did I call the function? Artifacts. Is this not the player? Oh. Whoops, okay. I see. This is not a function in the player itself. This is a function in the overall controller, which makes things a little more complicated now. I mean, there are many easy solutions to this, but they are not really clean. What do we do here? Holy moly. In what context? I mean, I could just go here and say get player or the player. Wait, get... What was the player actor, I think. And then I could just say set artifacts. But this feels wrong, because we already are doing it from here. The problem is if I put it in here, it is very specialized for this. We are using this also for creating the crystal. I think one way to do this better could be to just output the player. Then I don't have to search it anymore. And then we can just go and say set artifact slot from there. This is still not optimal, but Monkey does not want to do it clean anymore. Alright, so this should now make it so that the crystal is visible. Oh no, it's on her head. Okay, that's a problem. She turned into a sim. I didn't want to make the Sims. We are a monster collecting RPG. Well, maybe that's a nice thumbnail for the VOD. Wait, let me take a screenshot from that real quick so I can put it as a thumbnail. Let's see. And like this. Perfect. Oh well. So why did this happen though? Because the slot should have been already set. Are we setting the slot somewhere here too? Am I putting it to a wrong thing? Let's see, wait. Artifact slots. Pivot points, artifact slots. Oh, I know what's going on. I see. I see. You're spawning, doing these, and then keep worlds. That's not what we want. We want snap to target, I believe. But will this work? No, now it's too high. Okay. We need an offset. I believe I have it here somewhere. Defaults. Camera. Could be it. Split. Camera infrastruct. Okay, wait. How do we do the thing in the game dev glue? Where's the target? So Utter, wait. How do I call you? Do I call you Tom? Or do I call you Beetle? What do people call you normally? Ah, okay. I'll call you Beetle then. What are you doing? Eating breakfast? Waking up and so on. How long did you do yesterday in VR chat? Recooking. Oh. So I wasn't that far off. When was that? I mean, I was there in like 3 hours, I think. True. A lot of, how to say, different people. Not the usual VR chat experience, I would say. The instance got closed. Like automatically? Or was it filled? Okay, here is the Z. This is how we are calculating it. I don't know, I was never in those kinds of parties, I guess. This is the first time I'm in a closed group. Yes, we can use this But this will be still not correct. Let's see. This is not what we need. We need the artifact. And then we could go and say the artifact set location relative set location with this probably game dev glue set actor location, yes, actor location, and then get actor location. All right. Boop. And this should make it so that the crystal is now in a certain height. Huh, it is still different. I mean, I wish this height was our default, but how are we calculating it here? Player, and the avatar is still the artifact. So why is this different? Okay, now I'm confused. How can this be different? It's the spring arm, I don't care. This is the important part. Artifact status location. We start here and go here. The XY I don't care, and the Z is exactly what we... Wow, okay. I'm so confused, guys. What the hell? Print. Okay, I need to investigate this real quick. Am I tripping? Is this not a different height? And I'm just imagining things? I mean, could be. I might be going bonkers. But I believe my brain is still somewhat wrinkly. I hope. Let's see Mira faceplant again. There she is. So we have to see what the console outputs here. Minus 54. Okay. Minus 54, you say? So what is it here then? Whoops. I could have sworn that we changed, but apparently we didn't. Okay, wait. This is the same value and this is the height. Bro, what? Okay, let me save the screenshot real quick. And make a new one. Because I need to compare them. So I don't lose my sanity. I can't swear, I could swear that the crystal is actually in this height after the intro. Which is very, very problematic. How come that happens? Wait, I might know what's going on. Oh no! Oh no! No! I know what's going on. Man. I know exactly what's going on. I think I'm setting the position of this guy at the start. So the artifact slot has no change, that's correct. Now we need the artifact itself, just the player. Hold on, I need the skeletal mesh. Character movements. What is this mesh? I think this is not the one I'm using. This is not the one we are using. We actually need the visual entity, which is probably just parented. Okay then, which is the player avatar. Don't we have some kind of positioning here? We have a pivot. root components minus 130. I think this is the problem. I think this is the problem. Yeah, we are... Okay, we say minus 130 and then we say 130 here too. To compensate. Oh boy. This is horrible. Do I have everything I need now? So yeah, as you can see, this is not shoulder height, this is knee height, or her hips. So what, did anything change here? I believe not, but here root components. What is this? Can I go home? I would like to exit the attraction. So what we have to do is say minus 130 then. Is that it? Is that how this goes? So instead of doing this, we just say minus 130. Just say... Okay, and then... Here. This looks even lower. I'm losing my mind. So this is correct. I don't want to watch the intro again, man. Oh. But I have to. Man. Here it goes again. And faceplant. I really need to model that evil pebble. I should write it down. Please remind me. After this, I need to write it down. Evil pebble. Thank you. Minus 107. 130 and 107. How come? How come this is minus 107? I think I know why. Correction, I don't know why. Huh? What? Wait, the slot is around the height of the middle point of the player, which is 53. If I add another 53, it is 106. So I think that's what's going on here. This is extremely wrong. Now I understand, I think. So we might just say this should be 130. And then it should make it so it is shoulder height. Or no. So probably not work out. Because we are not... We are not... attached. You're not attached. Ah, evil pebble. I need to write. Thank you. Thank you very much. Huh. So this is what we do right now. Yes, I will not forget the evil pebble. We say minus 130 here for the artifacts, which is in the relative location. So we need to do the same thing from the slot's world position, which is 53.2, right? It was something like that. Do I still have that? Oh, it's minus 54 actually. Which is not correct. Is this height even good enough? What if I set the slot itself a little higher and say this is 0? Like if I say 0 right now here, where do we end up? Boop. Then we are pretty far up here, which means we would need to set the slot itself lower, which is not what we want. So if we go here and say this is -1 on the 30, where does it end up now? Very low. And where is the slot? The artifact slot? It's right there. So this is correct. What we have to do is now, instead of -1 on the 30, I wish to change this position. It should be around here. -78. So this one is -78. The problem now is we have to calculate it for this part in a way that is correct. Because this is now not attached. This is actually going to the world position, which is hold on. Can I do it easy for me? Maybe I don't even have to calculate them. Let's make some very questionable things here. Unparent. Please unparent this. Unparent. Aha! We can use this. Oh boy, now I'm so curious if this works. Everything is hard-coded, but I don't care. Leave. Okay. Let's see. Another face plant for the counter. Man, last time I thought we are over, like we don't have to see her faceplant anymore, and here we are, she did the faceplant 5 more times. Here she is. And still no faceplant, that's correct. Well, maybe you should count. Boop. Let's see where the artifact is now. Is she going? Seems to be. That was weird. That's also not correct. Wait, I know what's going on. We have several problems right now. One is this. Initial Z position is correct though. So why did we jump? Why did the camera jump? Was the camera jumping or did I just see it wrong? Is the spring arm going to this Z? Where's the spring arm? Here. It's also the Z, that's correct. So the camera can actually not jump. There's just no way. They're also doing the initial camera Z position. Maybe I should set it here too, but I am actually. So weird. Okay, so this is fine. This should be fine. And it's also fine. Okay, let's look at it again. One more to the counter. And all of this just to prepare the actual thing I want to make. So frustrating. Okay, so this is the height around her stomach. Same here. Around her stomach. Okay. So the first part is now done. Now we have to make it so that when we walk to a direction, this thing needs to try to rotate to that direction. I'm not sure if in the end product the crystal should turn first before the character walks, but that would make the controls not as responsive, so I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Alright, let's keep going. How do we rotate this now? We need a direction that we kinda lerp to. The problem is we are on a 0 to 360 degree thing, which means we would need to turn in a way that if we are lower than 0 or higher than 360, we need to target that point, and if we reach above or below, then we have to actually add or subtract 360 and then take that new target. Oh my god, I don't want to do this anymore. Oh god, okay. This is crazy. This is actually crazy. How would I even get the degrees of whatever direction I want to go? Okay, maybe we simplify first. Maybe the crystal for now teleports to the direction I want to go, and then afterwards we just change it to be the desired position to rotate to. Something like that. So first off, here's our little thing. Maybe I should get the input router here. Pressed. Yes. So here are our directions. And we are in the player here. Set run animation. North active. Do we have any getters? A lot of them actually. Here's the calculation. Calculate vertical, where's calculate horizontal? Oh, of course we don't use north for horizontal. So, calculate movement. Vertical. I could look at the movement vector and get the rotation from there, I guess. Get unit direction, what does that mean? No. Get rotation, get... Guess we have to do some math here. Just wonder, is there any... Vector to degrees. Well, that's another vector though. Okay, what do we get from here? This is the vector, and this is here. Okay, now I want to see what that spits out. So if we are -1, we have degrees of 57? be 57. 40, 40. Oh wait. It's actually tracking where we are looking at. But no, that can't be. If we are perfectly aligned to the axis, as you can see here, why would this be 57, please? I would understand like 0, 90 and so on, but 57? That makes no sense. Yeah, this is not what it should do, or what it's meant to do, I guess. This could move and work, maybe. Splits. That's why. I want to see what that spits out. Seems to work. Oh, hello, Void! How are you doing, Wanderer? So we are actually in a system where it is from 0 to 180 and minus 180 to 0, so that's not optimal for our case. But we can see if that works out for us for now. So we need to rotate our little thing now. Let's see. We have the pivot point, and then we can just set rotation. Yes, the relative one. Get relative rotation. Here. Split that. X and Y, and Z is going here. Which now should turn our little thing, of course very, very stupidly, but... Oh, never mind! It's actually turning to the correct position. Already. I might want to make this thing a little further away from Mira. I guess, because it's like right in their face. But this is actually what we want. We just need now a code that determines the shortest route to that destination to rotate it towards it. And I still want snacks. But I have no snacks. It's a sad world. Find delta angle degrees. Why would I need a find delta? I can just subtract 1 degree with the other and have the delta. Ah, you mean that. Correct. I mean, I always know how to do it myself, but maybe you're right. Maybe there's a... Maybe not. Let's search in the web. We have this. This is from rotations. The problem here is I cannot even use this. Maybe I can. There's just one thing we have to solve. I already solved in other places in different ways. If we turn the camera clockwise on an infinite manner, this degree count will go up and up and up and up and up if we just add the difference. We would need to make it so that if we reach 360 or below 0, then we have to subtract or add 360. That shouldn't be a problem. The problem is the target. Maybe. Because if we go from target from, let's say we are at degree 10 and our target is -10, then obviously the angle should be -20. So if we add that into the rotator, it would go there. That's no problem. But if we are at 170 and need to go to -170, the angle difference is 20. The problem is if we add 20 to 170, we get 190 and not 170, minus 170. I believe. The rotators in Unreal are extremely scuffed. So I think I need to handle these myself. Which means if we jump to 190 and now our target is -150, I'm not sure if it actually understands what the difference is. There is something like that. No. Oh well. So we definitely have a target direction rotation now. Just need to make a follower. It's fine, it will not solve my problem anyway. The problem is not to get the real angle, it's the from real angle overshoot to go to target angle. Or it might work, I guess. Oh, there's no normalize here though. I think these are C++ functions. That's so interesting. Huh. You can do it individually for axis. You cannot do it for the whole rotator. You only have this. Okay, I guess we just test if this works. So first off, we need a rotation. Target. Walk. Direction. For artifacts or something. How would I initialize this? Maybe I shouldn't care about it for now. Shouldn't matter that much. Like this? Oh boy. This is actually mind-boggling. Let's see if it's broken. Yes, it is broken, of course. Did I do anything extremely wrong? What is the delta? Do you just want shortest path, angle, lerping for an angle float value in degrees? I guess? Wait, I lost my thought. Okay, we got it in Y. That's very, very strange already. Why would this be in Y? Ah, it's not in Y. Actually, never mind. They put the values wrong. Don't worry, I will solve it myself. What happened to this thing? Why is this now 0? Okay, that makes sense. This makes sense. Now here. This is where we want to go. No, wait. Hold on, what is this? This is the delta, yes. This is where we want to go, so plus this. This is where we are currently are. So if we don't rotate right now, do this instead. If I go down, it should be 0. So that thing works. Phil, I will do it myself, thank you. So here's the difference. Okay, hold on. Makes sense. So the angle is actually the wrong way. Do I do minus then? This one minus the delta. Does this work? Maybe a little bit faster. Okay, that works. Now the problem is when we go from 180 to whatever. It seems to work actually. I just need to see if this is actually now rising or not. So let's do this now very fast. And then print out whatever we are setting in here. A little too fast now, but seems to be in the right kind of thing. Let's make this a little slower. I also need to do it with delta time. We will see. But I think this works. Should be faster than Mira, I think. Or maybe faster than Mira, but how to say? Drag to it slower. Something like that. Like have a... Maybe I just make this like that. But this looks correct now. The only thing is the calculation needs to happen only if we input, but the follow to target should always keep going, so we don't end up at 0 again. This is fine. It's funny how it's doing this, a different rotation, because my mirror rotation is handmade and not with the Unreal blueprints. So my solution has a different one-off solution than what Unreal is doing for this part. Interesting. Anyway, let's clean up and make this more correct. So this thing always here. But this thing whenever. And here we are. This is the code. Now we just need to do the delta delta time for the lerping. And we are fine. I only think the crystal should drag more. Maybe like this. Now the problem is, this feels like Mira knows where to go and the crystal goes to that direction. It should have been the other way around. The problem is, if I do it the other way around, then Mira wouldn't be as responsive to comments, right? Like if I go here and Mira actually makes this circular motion to catch up with the crystal, that might be bad. But maybe at some point I need to reimagine the movement procedure, I guess. So instead of having immediate feedback, you press a button, the crystal rotates there, and Mira then just tries to walk, maybe in a 0.01 kind of delay. I'm not sure. I mean, in AAA games, when you input a direction, there is like this slight acceleration, I guess, where the character turns first and then walks. Maybe it's the same with Mira, but more as a noticing the crystal kind of way. But I guess that's a feature that I can implement at some other points. But for now, hey, it works, and it's good. Just feels like the crystal is actually dragging and trying to follow Mira and not the other way around. So we have to fix that at some point. Maybe. Okay, so now let's make the distance to Mira a little bit more, maybe. We could even make it so that the distance drags depending on the walk situation. How would I do that? Do I tell the location of the crystal to try to follow the slots in a delayed manner? Let's first find out how to make the delta time. Do I have any delta time for... Ah, here. That's interesting. So we can do this. Let's try that. Problem is, these are 2 rotations. I'm not sure about these 2. Anyway. Does this work? cute. Why would it do that? What did I do wrong here? Should it be the other way around? Maybe. Oh, it's even worse now. Too slow. What does it try to do? Maybe it's not normalized. Is that the problem? Oh, what now? Oh my god. Why does it go backwards? I mean, this is constant. I need a lerp. This doesn't work anyway. Okay. Here, f-interp 2. Oh, it's the same thing. Or is it? Let's see. Ah, I see what the problem is. Okay. We need to make a new one. So this one. have to make... Ah, come on. Make a rotator. I guess this can stay 0. Then 500. Maybe. Maybe 500 is too much. Combine. Okay, this is problematic, maybe. We will see. Oh, come on now. How about now? A little too fast. And little is an understatement. No, it's too slow. How about 10? Too fast. Maybe 3. 3 could be still too slow. It's fine. Alright, it's now with delta time. Very good. And we're done with that part now. Yeah, but I will probably not do it today. So I just wrote it down to not forget it in the future. It's like all of this needs to happen. This is not needed. Alrighty. This is how it goes. One major thing is now done, which is artifact slots need to rotate. Now blinking. Blinking. Should I do it today? I wonder. I feel like I want to make an animation that I trigger and it plays on loop without the animation controller that has no connection to any bone, but has a curve, not a curve, an event trigger path that fires. Like here for the step sound, but just without any animation. If we go to our 3D character mirror, this thing, notifiers. Problem is, can I make an animation that does not touch any bones? Because I feel like if you make an animation, it already has a default pose, I guess, right? And it's probably overwriting everything else. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? How do I add flags or... Ah, here. I don't understand. Sometimes this comes up and sometimes it doesn't. I guess you have to left click first and then right click? But oh my god, this is bullshit. Anyway. Closed. I closed. I open. Please tell me. Okay. So the notifiers can work. Just need to fire this animation montage, I guess. Left foot. Now, how do we get this anim notify into the blueprint though? Wait, if I cannot... Oh my god. If I cannot rename this, this probably has been created automatically. What a joke. Oh, hello, Meta. Sorry, I was so deep in. Why? Because I'm not monetized. I'm an affiliate, but I didn't enter my bank account stuff, so I don't have the features. Well, I guess I cannot just use animation montage here, because I have abstraction. It just doesn't work. In order to use animation montages, I would need to add it in my animation graph and add the slot manager stuff, but my animation blueprints is inherited, so the skeleton is a different one. What a joke. Can you not have channel points? As far as I know, no. But maybe I can look into it again. I'm about done with this bullshit. I need a different solution, which is, this sucks. It really sucks. It makes everything a little more complicated. How else could I trigger this? I guess I just don't use animation tracks for this. What a joke. Not exactly, no. I'm searching for solutions, and apparently I'm right now, how to say, in a blockage where Unreal does not allow me to do what I need to do, sadly. The way my system is built right now, you see this cube? This is an abstract animation blueprint with an abstract skeleton. This thing has my animation state machine and so on. You can see this animation graph. This is like the mother of animations, so to speak. Now if I go to my character Mira, Mira inherits that state machine. Other characters in my game also inherit from there. So they don't have this animation graph. I cannot select it. It is here. This is the parent. And this is the child. It inherits this. The problem now is if I want to add animation montages, I would need to make it in here so it is there. I can just put this in here. The problem is the children do not have the slots because the skeleton here does not know anything about the skeleton here. They have no relation to each other. So if I have the slots here, well, they're not here. This thing has its own slots. Which means this feature doesn't work in my case. And I was looking for an answer if there is some way to do this, but apparently, nope. Sadly, no. I guess I'm using Unreal wrong. Like, how do you inherit this stuff then? If I don't do it like this, how would you do this? Can I say that this has like its own base? This is so stupid. If I unchild it, then all my functionality from here disappears. I cannot copy paste it everywhere and do the same thing. And then at some point when I have 100 assets and I want to add one more thing, that means I have to copy it 100 times. I need this to work and everything else looking at this to work with this. Ridiculous. Okay, I don't know. I cannot find the solution. I don't know if I'm working wrong, because in my eyes, I'm... how to say... I'm saving a lot of time with the system here. Now the problem is, all I can search is to have different skeletons for different characters, but they share a skeleton if they need to. But I cannot wrap around my head how one skeleton could be used for different characters. I guess I will never know. So, I think I'm done for today. I will try to make the blinking in some other way. Maybe via blueprint and some kind of curve or whatever, I don't know. Some notifying. And then we'll see. Maybe I'll also change the way the face expressions go and maybe go with one material and then have an atlas instead of just swapping the materials, but whatever. Alright, that's it for today. Meta Phil. Beto, thanks for tuning in. Everyone, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. And I will see you guys next time. Bye bye, monkey!